All right. We'll see how we go today. Letting everything boot up. Let's copy that link. Let's do the share thing. And the cat's in my lap, right on cue. The moment I start talking. Cat, will you? Jesus. Ah. Do. So today, just some of today. I don't know how much percent because I don't know the future. Um, we're gonna finish testing the Derek here, and then possibly move on to modeling the chemical plant. I'm waiting for somebody to type in the mod development here. Render manager. And to override blah, 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 my class to return false while preserving the light lookup. Ah, she brings the mousies over here. That's what she wants. Yep. I have to stop throwing them towards the kitchen, though. I found all three of her little mousies under the stove. Like, under the stove. Animatable behavior has its own tessellation. Huh. Do. Yeah, mechanical power mods. I'm not using I'm not using a different render for that. Registering device via add device for render completely outside the normal on tessellation pipeline. Yeah, there's something weird with the Derek. When you form it, it forms fine, but when it animates, that's the problem. If I go to set state, right here, the start animation, for some reason, sometimes just makes the block invisible. I don't know why. So yeah, I'm not sure why. We'll have to track that down. What it looks like it's doing is actually rendering the core block rather than the big version, which that would be really weird for it to swap the variant of the block that we're looking at. That would be very weird when the animation starts. So yeah, I'm you know, the Derek is a very large multi-block, so it's a lot of stuff to swap, but the animation shouldn't be a problem. I mean, yeah, it's big, but it's not. It shouldn't. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe there's the polygon limit or something with the animator that causes that. But you leave the world or you leave the area, and then you go back in, and it loads it fine. So I'm not sure what's going on there, but the animation plays fine. Everything is good. It's just sometimes it disappears when it's formed. So we've been testing the oil process here. And what I want to do is possibly get the stop animation. That actually works fine. The stopping of the animation, and I tested this last week during the stream. Like when I removed power, you can, remove power from it, and when it runs out of power, it stops. And it blinked into existence. But the moment the animation started, the thing just disappears. Even though it's there and it should be rendering, it just kind of disappears. And I don't understand why. It's almost like the game is not loading the animated asset, but you can see it's animated, right? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to trigger this. Let it run out of power. So you can see the animation stopped. Oh, then it's going to work, of course. Okay. Well, it is what it is. Okay, we want to come up here. We need. Let's grab this. Well, casing's missing. Well, that would be... There we go. There we go. Now we're pulling fluid. Okay, I'm wondering why. Okay, it's still pulling. There we go. Watching my air log here. It's very hard to know what it's doing because the fluid keeps, it's pumped out and then it's filling in the gaps, and it's very hard to watch. What I could probably do with the crude oil here is remove its block flowing behavior, and then it would stop doing that. It would still be a fluid, of course, but it wouldn't be flowing like it is. I gotta watch. Yeah. It probably ran out of tank space. Yes. The tank filled up. This is why I wanted to grab this one. And then I'm going to put this one up here. Let's give you that. And you can just go. Why is it showing 25% crude oil? Okay. That's wrong. This is going to be the multi-block entity of the distillation base. Percent output tank, percent input tank. Okay, let's look at get block info. Okay, and then percent input tank is 25%. Okay, why? Go to definition. Inventory of 0. Let's go to slots. Come on. Slots of 0 holds 50,000. This is 50,300 crude oil. Okay. And then what is the... It's weird that it's 300. That stack size. Capacity liters. 2,000. Okay. So 2,000 liters. Let's just F10. Portions 50,300. Cap 200,000. So it is indeed 25%. Okay, but why then isn't it pushing in there? That would be under the transport fluid handlers. Now, the problem is I've got a lot of other fluid fluid pipe systems here. So, I don't know. Pipe extraction node, block position, pull. If I not do that, okay. World.get block. Okay, inventory base. Inventory generic. Slots. This is the derrick. This is actually the pipe. Okay. Good. This is the right one. So why? Oh my God, why am I bouncing around here? Client and server. Get pull slot. That's your crude oil. There's no subnet. Stack size. Max stack size 5,000. So that's 50,000. Can't, what? Never understand. Okay. Push. Push is crude oil, 50/30. Okay. Pull. Sink slot. Return 0. Can take from. Why? So what I think is happening, this is a base call. This is a Vintage Story API base call for an item slot. Okay. So, I mean, let's just F5 it. I want to gracefully exit here. If you can gracefully shut down the game at any stage, then definitely that's what you want to do. You do not want to just hit stop debugging. That would be bad. Okay, so get pull slot. That worked fine. And then this get push slot, it actually got item slot if push is item slot large liquid. So it was not item slot large liquid, which means that this was a base call and it was not returning what I wanted. For whatever reason. So if we actually look at that code, from the item slot, this is the code that it was running. It was hitting this, and then this was basically returning null or false. Whether or not the item slot's not this slot's item can be retrieved, that should be fine. But this call here, sync slot dot can take from. Okay. Inventory base, blah, blah, blah. Source stack. Storage flags. Can store tags. Are my tags bad? See, here's the thing. It's getting some, right? It's getting some, but it's defaulting to 50 liters, not 2,000, which is where the 50,000 portions come in. Now, granted, it was 50,300 because reasons, but so the tag, I think the tags were passing because there were some in there, right? If the tags weren't valid, it would have bombed it out. So this get remaining space might be doing it. What I could do, right, when I do the get push slot here, Well, let's look at the distillation base. What do I do here? Inventory. Item slot liquid only. Dot capacity liters. Okay, so let's look at item slot. Item slot liquid only. So can hold. Can take. Get containable props. Watertight. Let me look at my let's go to blocks. LV fluid tank. So I might not have containable props on this thing. But I shouldn't need them on my distillation base at all. Wow, there's a .github on here. Wow. Okay. So let's see. Block types. Wood. Bucket is a good. Liquid container props. You want to play with the mousey, don't you? Yeah, I don't use these props. The fluid tank doesn't really need them, right? We're actually trying to remove fluid from the fluid tank into the distillation base. So if we look at the distillation base, yeah, I don't have liquid props in here. This is probably maybe one reason why, but not. It shouldn't be fluid capacity liters. I am setting that. in my initialize call. This is like a minor bug. It's not gonna it's not mod breaking or anything. It's just frustrating. Why is this? Yeah, see, I'm setting the capacity leaders here. Item slot liquid only. I mean, I could set it to item slot large liquid. That's my item slot that I've included in here. Item slot large liquid. Right? Which has a bunch of custom things because of that limitation. Or that, I should say it's an assumption. It's an assumption of the item slot liquid only, right? That the capacity is 50. But it shouldn't. This right here can hold. Am I calling that? Let's look at fluid transport. See the try put into. This call here is what's breaking it. I wonder if I could convert that to the item slot large liquid. Let's close some of this stuff that I don't need. Item slot large liquid. Okay. Now, set capacity. Try take from. Try put into. Get remaining space. Can take from. Yeah, I did all this code so long ago, like so long ago. I should technically be able to do that. So let's go to the distillation base and fluid capacity liters. Let me just look back at this, and we have 2,000. It's essentially 2 blocks of fluid. Okay, so distillation, if we go up to item slot liquid only. See, this royally foobars are all these calls as well if we change the slot type. See, I have my own version of this can take from. It's weird that the item slot liquid only is not. This can hold is what's killing me here. Although it looks like it can take. Can hold, item slot liquid only, item slot. Can take from. Can take. There's no can hold. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what exactly, what operation is scrambling that. It's just completely ignoring that this is an item slot liquid only. Can take from, can hold. Yeah, any call to this damn get containable props. I hate how liquids are run in this game. They're so counterintuitive. Everything is based on the block instead of the block entity, and it makes no sense how liquids are managed in this. Like the fact that this is a static call in the block liquid block, not block entity, the block liquid container base. So at the very least, what I could do is add containable props, maybe to the distillation base. I don't know if that's going to break all the things. I was hoping not to have to do that. Item slot liquid only. See, there's a bunch of references to this. This already casts 2 item slot large liquid. Yeah, I don't want to make such a drastic change this close to a new public release. I really don't. It's working. It's just not working like I really super wanted it to. I don't know why. Like, why the game defaults. It's just completely ignoring the capacity leaders and debugging the base game API code and why it's doing that. I'm not defining the props. Okay. I'm likely going to need some more tanks. Oh, your power is running out. Why? Portions, 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 and portions. I'm going to need more power. What is the power rating on this? 2,000 power per second. Okay, so we want oh yeah, and by the way, you can daisy chain these. Woo! Okay. On storage power is null. Storage power is null. Damn. That was a bug. Oh yeah, we definitely love finding new bugs. Well, it's one less bug that y'all find and report to me and say, "Hey, this crashed," and it's like, "Damn it." So yeah, I'm gonna have to put a question mark on all of these. Because if they don't exist, right, the storage power only exists when there's a storage block, aka like a transformer or a battery or a toggle. So it wasn't a crash in like the network, it was a crash because there were no transformers on that network. Bad throw. That was a really bad throw. It's really hard to throw something that weighs almost nothing. Those little mousies weigh almost nothing, so I can't get like a trajectory because it doesn't weigh anything when I throw it. Okay, so let's go back up and check all these other ones. This was a special case. This was the case that I only ever had. There were only relays, or no, there were only storage nodes. So like a network with just like batteries or transformers. That's what this one does, and it's really icky. Because it tries to balance, right? It tries to balance everything out. And I'm sure there's myriad other optimizations that can be had, but that's one less bug, one less bug that I run into, or one less bug that I have to fix with like a hot patch or something, because that would have been a catastrophic bug to run into. Putting out a new version for the month end, and then everybody's like, yeah, I crashed my game. That would have been a hot fix. And I'm going out of town next week, so I'm going to go visit my dad next week. Okay, where was I? I'll have to redo all that. Yeah, I have to redo all that stuff. Okay. Ow. I really wish like there were proper like debug testing settings in this game. Oh. This tool I'm using, by the way, everybody, is my World Eater. From my Flexible Tools mod. So you can see it's like going in and out of being animated, and it's working fine. One of the things with the animation, I wish I could figure out a way that it would not try to unwind the animation, right? So the animation is just that center thing rotating like 200 and something degrees. I don't know, 300 something degrees. What do you want, Cat? Huh? Go get the mousey. Go get it. She was a little freaking terror last night. Knocking shit over in my bedroom. Literally chewing tape off the walls. Oh my god, she was a little terror last night. Anyway, so the animation is, it's a 30 frame animation of the thing rotating. You can see how it kind of is flashing when the animation stops. That is literally like the lighting model changing, because it's swapping the actual block, right? It's a different block. So it's a weird, the animation system is bizarre. We're just gonna straight up remove it like that. Okay, so now we need to do this. Just helps when I'm testing it. It helps me not have to build these damn things over and over and over and over and over again. I give myself the built version, but then I break and reform it so everything is, kosher. Like that. Okay. What? Look. This should not be throwing an error. I have a question mark right here. Local 92 is no. That's helpful. Thanks. What in the world is causing this? For each delegate. So it's this in. Damn it, I have to redo all that shit again. What the hell? I have to yeah, it's the in. This in is what's throwing it. Cuz it's hitting this and this question mark is like, nope, this is null. Don't try to call this. Right? It's not calling this. So this is null. But it's still doing the in. It's still looking at that, and it's like, oh, whatever that local variable that should have been created here is null. And so the in is like, oh, this is null. The whole block should be skipped. Yeah, so this I need for if on storage power does not equal null. Like that. I was hoping that this question mark, which is now not needed, right? It's not needed because we're already doing the null check. So I was hoping this wouldn't be needed, this nested if here. But if it's not detecting, hey, there's null here, let's not actually look in, right? Whatever this in call is doing, which I'm assuming it's trying to look at the memory of whatever this returned but it's null, and so it's like this in is like, ooh, this is not good. So then we need the same thing here. Okay. And this one's again. And again here. And then we can remove this and this. Because we're already doing a null check there. So a quick fix just wasn't going to do it. Oh, cat, that claws. Dear Jesus. Okay. Yeah. Cute whiskers. So on receive power, yeah, there's a null check there. On storage power is not null, there's a null check there. So we don't need this, or this, or this. Oh. Okay. All right. All the logic should be fine. It's funny I didn't run into this when I redid when I redid this. I recoded this using the new delegate system. Players that use this mod should not see any difference, right? They don't, not like the pipe system. When I redid the pipe system, that was a shit show. That required all new blocks and a whole different subsystem. This was not changing anything physical in the world. Like there was the wires and all of that stuff is the same. The electric network is also the same. So it's like, yeah, you shouldn't see any difference. You know, updating the mod and then loading your game or running your server, it should load just fine with the new system. That is, once I fix all these weird, crazy bugs with the stupid null check. I still don't know why the in statement actually tries to trigger when there's a null. Or if it's just like, it should just return false and bomb out of there. It should not even run the for each. Or it should just return false. Right? The in, if the thing it's checking on the in statement, whatever that is, if it's null, it should just return false and not run it at all. Okay, let's do this again. Okay, I don't need any of these. Let's get some cheese. And if you cheat them in this way, you need the direction that you actually need, right? Since I'm facing north here, I need the north ones. All right. Let's try this yet again. And they're not really valid yet. Well, they are, but there's obviously no way. Ooh, there is a missing face on that. Okay. Now they're valid. Now I have a platform from which to place those. All right. Should we sit here for a second and let it save? Maybe. Is there a save command, I wonder? Nope. All right. Hey, look at that. Why? Why is there power going in here? None of these have power. So does that mean okay, so this network ID is 14. And this network ID is 19. Cat, I'm gonna have to get up soon to go to the bathroom. You're just the lap goblin. Yeah. So how if we do a transport tick and we say we want the condition okay. And if we run to cursor, total power in gen. That's a problem. That's max long. Or max U long, actually. Okay, so how is that possible? Electrical behavior. This is invoking on the extract power. Rated power. Okay. So total power in gen. We're going to do F11. Simulate is true. Wait, what just happened? Electric power is 0. That's right. Okay. I think I know what happened. Zero. Okay, there we go. The simulate here is true. I had to figure out a way, instead of calling rated power, because remember, rather than having access to the entity, this is just directly calling the function, extract power, right? The extract power invocation, or the delegates, are all just extract powers. So the simulate should be calling the rated power, right? But it was never getting there because this was triggering. If electric power equals 0, which is the electric power of this machine, right? Of this instance. So electric power was 0 because all three of those generators had no power in them. So it was just returning back the power that we want, which I was passing in as the max value, the ulong.max value here. Because this call here is just a simulate. These calls are just simulation ticks, basically. We're simulating it because all we need is how much power is in the generator and how much storage do we have filled and available. So these are just grabbing like amounts that we can use. Like how much power do we have in a generator? There's no way to know that without actually running this. So rather than pass max value in there, which was stupid, that's why we were getting power from nothing. So yeah. Okay. Let's get a bucket and see what we can get here. Why? The craft finished. Why is it? Why is it not resetting? Recipe progress. Why is that needs to reset? Why is that? Why was that commented out? Boom, there it is. That was weird. Well, we got some fluid. So let's grab this diesel. Put it into there. Grab some more. Put it into there. And maybe kerosene, because funsies. Put it in there. Alright, now we're actually net gaining on our power, because this is 2,000 power per second, and these are 3,000 power, or over 3,000 power. So, we are going to need to give ourselves some more tanks. Give block. VE fluid tank steel. 5 of those. Okay. You can see power is maxed because total it actually is able to produce more power than we need, so they're all full. But it ensures this thing stays topped up. This is almost full. There it is. So now this, see the fluid going up? What I really should do is stop, when you break it, stop the spilling animation, because it's deceptive. It doesn't actually spill the items on the ground. You know, it still keeps it, so. All right. I need to use the bathroom. I'm going to be right back. All right. I can think again. I've been trying to get this pumped out because I want to test. I want to test the pump jack, right? So pump jack is the thing that's left. This thing is working its way down. It's almost there. All these little side tunnels here. These are not source blocks, so should not matter. Bunch of olivine down here. Could be a good spot. I always go up the wrong one. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I wish, like, on an animation, right? What I wish is that when the animation comes to when it ends, and I haven't really looked at this or investigated it much, but that last frame to go from that last frame to the next frame, instead of unwinding the animation, to just reset it to the first frame, because the instead of unwinding it, I don't know, is there a way, and we can look at this while this is almost full. Yeah, this is almost full again. If we look at the animation, distillation base, set state, ease out, ease in. So animation metadata. Let's see if we can find that. Animation metadata. Blend mode, maybe. Blend mode. Init. Right. The issue is the issue is when the animation plays completely, I don't want it to unwind it to the beginning. I want it to just blink to to just reset the frame. Because I did the math, and all you need to do is basically take 360 degrees, divide that by 30, right? And it's like 12 degrees per frame. So you just take the animation and you set the rotation on the 29th frame, you set it to minus 12. So 360 degrees minus 12 gets you that spot where the next frame, if it just reset, that next frame would be a perfect rotation to finish it. Blend mode, animation blend mode, add average. No, it's not that. Enum animation. No, it's not that either. Because it's done in the animation. It's done in the. I think the. Too many things open. I'm going to move this to the side and open the VS Creator here. Let's move this back. Open. Multi-block machine. Derek. And we go to keyframe, drilling. Yeah, on activity stopped. Rewind, ease out. On animation ended. Hold, stop, ease out. So I have a on animation ended repeat. Right? But it still rewinds the damn thing. Right? Because if we play this, right, and then we go back to here, you don't see it because it's again exactly rotated perfectly the 12 degrees, right? So the frame 29 and frame 0 are exactly 12 degrees away from one another, so that's why it looks so seamless. But in the game, when it's rendering this and it's animating this, there's a little hitch, and you can see it. You can see there's a very subtle hitch because it's unwinding the animation to start it again, and I don't want it to do that. I just go to the next, go to the frame 0. Right? I don't know how to change that. Again, I'm not good with the rendering stuff. I'm just not. Now somebody was telling me, somebody had posted about the mixer not working. So if we go over here, do I have any more? I do. Oh, always. Never ever leave the World Eater on an AoE mining operation. many times in my game have I done that? Okay, so let's stretch. These are both MVs. Okay, let's get some LV. LV wire. So there's the forge. Okay, and then the mixer. This is the least tested block. The least tested block in the game. Just because it's a pain in the ass. Okay, so I built it in a way that, you know, obviously I'm not familiar with the fact that there's... Do those exist here? They do. Huh. Why did I leave that gray? Why did I do that? I literally modeled this so these stands line up with these, right? Which they do. But why would I leave the gray? Maybe because it's looks better like that, but it doesn't really matter. Huh. I honestly don't know. I mean, I remodeled and retextured this from the QP Tech mod. So, you know, it is what it is. So the only thing, I don't know if the person got back to me. Have you tried inserting more keyframes? It does. Is a key? It would still try to unwind it. Does I could put 500 more keyframes in there. It would still try to unwind it. So it's not the number of keyframes. It's the fact that it unwinds the animation in order to start it again. And I don't want it to do that. I want it just to restart it. Let's see. Yeah, he hasn't responded at all with what he was trying to craft. Three counts on ID 12. ID 12. Why are we not getting any power? Oh. These are all out of juice. That's why. This thing is slurping up all of the power. Okay, so let's grab some of this. You don't have anything in you, so let's put you there. You still have some power. You need some. And you need some. I should have used a... We're not getting any power in here because it's all going into here. This thing is 5,000 power per second. It's a lot. And we're only making 50 power per second more. But this, I mean, you can see the power very, very slowly creeping up. Because I do take whatever the power per second rating is, and I do add a little bit, like 10%. Because the power per second rating is how much power it goes towards the recipe, which I don't want to fudge that number. But the actual power deliverable to the machine, I buff about 10%, right? So why is the crude? What? Why is this not moving? Crude oil. There's so many weird behaviors with this thing. Okay, these are all empty, which is good. This seems like a lot. Why is this not? Now it's only at 11% with crude oil in it. I'm at a loss. I'm at a complete loss as to why this is just unable. All right, any of these low on portions? No. This has got max power in it. Why is it not pushing power into here? It's very hard to debug this, by the way, everybody. Very hard to debug this because there's how many different items are on this network, right? This MV network has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 nodes, right? It's a hugely complex network. And if I'm just like, why is it not pushing power into this specifically? While this would be pushing power into these, which or into these. So these should be getting power. If I break this, right, these immediately start getting power. There's a power. Why are you not getting power? Okay, let's look at network ID 12. Again, we want to go we want to do F9. Let's go condition. Network ID equals 12. Is sleeping is false. On extract power is null. Storage power has stuff in it. So if we run this to cursor, total in storage 132. Remember, it's not the amount of power in the storage. It's the amount of power in the storage with its power per second rating, which is 500, right? So on receive power has things in it. Total power offered is 132. Total power offered, we send it in. Total power offered still equals 132. Total power offered is still 132. Okay. Total power used is 0. Why? Total in storage 130, 386, yeah. Everything is run by a delta time. Okay, there's a bunch of power there. So total power offered now. So this total power offered, we're going to step into this. Machine state is on. Current power is 2000. Machine state is on. Current power is 1000. Okay. Oh my God, why was I moving it? So, this forge, what? I wonder if this is a client sync issue. This forge should be reporting power. Let me look at block entity, electric forge. Let's close this. Okay. Is sleeping is false. Power per second, delta time. So it's 21 power. Electric dot current. See? Current power is 2000. Right? So the server, there's power, but the client for some reason is not, it's not reporting that as to the client. That's weird. Okay. Why am I not getting that from the client? Where's my sync issue? This code is not getting hit for some reason. How about we just not return? Okay, is heating block. This should actually be running. Yes, we are heating block. Okay. So what in here? Set temperature, heatable, that's set temperature. Basic temperature, set temperature. If desired equals 0. Return. Okay. I think here. If base and temps greater than 20, heatable at set temperature, else heatable dot set temperature. So this cools it off. Desired is greater than 0. So the desired heatable dot get desired temperature. Now, heatable mixer desired would be 0. Get desired temperature, current recipe is null. Okay. So if there's no recipe in the if there's no recipe in the mixer, it doesn't do anything. There I see it. Yeah, I was returning, so it wasn't reporting that at all. You can see that the power is going, yeah, see the power is fluctuating. It's not actually heating anything. So we do need a return. Base and temp is greater than 20. We want to really with the white Jesus. So greater than 20. So what this does is this cools, if the basin is greater than 20, this cools it down to 20. If basin temp does not equal 20 and the desired is greater than 0, well, desired should be like greater than 20, but whatever. I think this one we could return. Okay, and then we're going to client update. We're going to cut that and we're going to paste it here. And then go if client update delay is less than 1. Okay. Basically, if we're not doing anything, right, then don't use power, but update the client every second. It's using power. It should not be using power at all. Well, yeah. Client update delay less than 1. But if it's not less than 1, then it runs this. Yeah. How about we just do mark dirty. Well, if client update delay, I want to avoid it using power. If heating block, do all this. If desired is greater than 0, basin, this cools it off. Which shouldn't... This whole block should not be using power at all. Okay. So let's rethink this logic. If basin temperature greater than 20, then set it. How about we just say basin temp does not equal 20? That way, if it's low, it goes up. If it's up, it goes down. If client update delay is less than 1, return. Else, mark dirty. True. Return. I want to, yeah, I'm trying to avoid this line here. Right? So now it's not actually using power every second. It's just basically, it's on because there's a block above it. It has to tick, because if this gets a recipe, it needs to detect that and say, hey, this has got a recipe. So there's one other thing that I've been wanting to do for a while in here. Why did this stop? Oh, it stopped because I shut off the power. Okay, the other thing is these don't have any power in them. Why? Let's go to electric network. Enable. Okay. On extract power. Storage power. On storage power. Okay. On storage power. Four delegates. That's right. Right? Because there's 3 batteries and a transformer. And again, they could be in any order here, so
So total power in gen, obviously there's no generators, so there's 0. Total in storage, 138. The 3 batteries are empty, but the transformer is completely full, which is 500 power. So total power offered is 130 power. Now, on receive power, invocation list, is 2. Those are our 2 machines. Okay, so we come down here, run to cursor. Total power used is going to be 0. Okay. So we have now 0 power used. We have a bunch in storage. What is our capacity? We have 84 available. Right? We have 3 batteries, and each of those 3 batteries is 100 power per second. So it's like, you know, it rounds. So if unreceived power equals null and extract power equals null, we're going to skip that. Total power used greater than or equal to total power in gen, we're going to skip that. No. This is why. Total power used is greater than total power in gen. Total power used, total power in gen, 0 power. Okay. This greater than equal total power used. We need to do greater than. Okay, let's continue on. Run to cursor. Total in storage. Yeah, this is our delta time skyrocketed, right? So our delta time 242 seconds. This is why this is going to throw this. So this is going to be skipped now. So total excess power, total power in gen minus total power used. Total storage available is greater than total excess power. Why? We have excess power produced and not used. Push into storage. Okay. So here, this is a very specific edge case to this process where you have machines like consumers and storages without any generators. If I threw a generator on this network, the whole system would then like wake up and be like, oh, there's shit, there's stuff to do. But because we have somewhere up here, let's minimize this because we don't need it. So total power used, total in storage is 4,000. Total power offered is 4,000. Right? But we're not able to rebalance the batteries. So how can we total power in gen, total power used. How can we need to treat yeah, I don't know. What's a good way of getting around this? I don't know. I don't know if there's an elegant solution to this. What's happening is we have essentially 4 storages. We have the transformer, the 3 batteries, and then the 2 consumers, which is the 2 machines. The 2 machines are what is throwing this off, right? Because the system does not see those. Because those 2 machines are on there, it's not seeing it as a storage-only network, and it's not rebalancing the power. So the transformer I treat as a storage because the power could be going either direction, right? You could be going, if you have a whole bank of LV generators, right? All of those LV generators could be pushing into transformers to supply power. And in that case, the transformer acts like a battery and delivers power to the MV network. The opposite is also true. The MV network could be supplying power to the transformer. But the way that I've built this system, there's no detection. There's no difference in how the system treats a transformer than a battery. And I'm not rebalancing the batteries or the storages. So what I could do, let's run this. Let it catch up. Yeah. A tick took 275,000 milliseconds to complete. The game is just like, what's going on? So the reason these are not getting any power, right? This is full. And the reason these are not getting any power is these things are on. If I remove these would get power. Because then the system, the network, would only be storages. Right? And then it would rebalance the storages. But this is not, it's not rebalancing the storages. So what I would need to do after all is said and done, basically in this particular instance, because again, we could have machines over here. If we had a generator on this, right? If I plopped an LV generator down, the LV generator would be able to supply power to these and this, but it still wouldn't rebalance. It still wouldn't rebalance the storages. So, yeah, let's gracefully exit, just so we don't scramble the data. And figure out, like, I have a big block in here. If I can find it. I have it. There it is. So, if receive power is null and extract power is null, and storage power is not null, okay, this special case rebalances the storages, but it rebalances them it rebalances them based on a wholly different way of accessing them, which is on each wire node, which is not ideal. Okay, this is not ideal. So I don't want to run this code much. This is the storage power. Do we even use this? We grab the invocation list. We grab the length. If the length is greater than storage blocks is less than or equal to 1, which means there's only one storage, then return. We don't need to do that. Okay, then we check the all nodes, and if all nodes.count is 1 or 1, then we return, because again, a single storage is not going to rebalance itself. But after that, we don't access the functions at all. The invocation list, like all the events. Then we just iterate through all the nodes. Right? And we grab, this is kind of the old way of doing it, but there was no real elegant solution to doing this. Of like rebalancing it, because I have to, when I access these, I have to get access to the entity, because I need the max power and I need the current power, right? Because I need to know, this is kind of a pressure-based solution. So yeah, so this iterates through all of the nodes in a network, grabs the entity, checks the entity for the type, storage, toggle, or transformer, does a whole bunch of math, like I need the maximum power, I need the capacity available, and how much is used, right? So then I can gather, okay, of all of the total capacity, right? So you take all the batteries, all the transformers, what is that total capacity, right? And then how much total power do we have of that capacity, which gives us a baseline percent. Basically an average. You take the total amount of capacity and the total amount of used power, right? How much power we have, that gives us an average. Like, let's say it's 50%. Well, if one battery is 98% and one battery is 2%, well, it's going to try to rebalance those to a 50%, right? It's going to get within 2% of that. But only if there's only storage nodes on the network. That's the only time this runs. Because it's a lot of extra shenanigans, right? And I don't want this code running 4 times a second constantly forever. So I think what we want to do is if there's no extraction nodes, but on receive power, this is what's doing it. If I were to remove this, right? Extract power is null, which means there's no generators. But receive power is not null, and storage power is not null. Then it would rebalance them. But again, this code I don't want running constantly. So what we might be able to do, let's think about this for a second. What would be a good middle, like what would be a good compromise? What would be a good compromise? I could put a bouncer on this, right? I could put a like a rebalance bouncer. Let's just prototype something. I don't want to do I don't want to do huge big changes. I want to try to do smaller, like let's just see if this can work. So if we have a variable here, we don't need to save it. Let's do private float rebalance bouncer equals 0f. Okay. Hey, Wretched, how's it going? Let's pass through, not add node, not join, not leave, not remove, update tick. Okay. Now, we want to do let's skip all of this and do rebalance bouncer plus equals delta time. Okay. And then in this, instead of on receive power, right, because we're chugging away, rebalancing if rebalance bouncer is greater than or equal to, let's do 2. Okay. If rebalance bouncer is greater than or equal to 2 and on extract power equals null, if on storage power equals null, we want to reset rebalance bouncer equals 0. Because remember, it's getting added every tick, right? Which is 4 times a second. So you 0.25, 0.25, 0.25, 20. So every 8 ticks, it's going to run this code right? It's going to run this code and check to see if it needs to rebalance, but it's only going to do it every 2 seconds because I don't want to run this block of code here, right? I don't want to run this block of code 4 times a second because this is a lot more intense of a calculation. So let's test to make sure I didn't break something. And Metsu, yeah, if you can play around with the animation to see, like, maybe I could look at the quern and see and just see like how it works. Just see what the animation is. Hey, look at that. We've got power. Right? Remember, it's every 2 seconds. Every 2 seconds it's going to calculate it. But that just means these are going to fill up not to the power per second rating that they need to. So the rebalance bouncer okay, yeah. Let's get back here. We are going to save and leave and quit. And what I kind of want to do is let's go and say public void rebalance storage float delta time. Okay. Now we're going to come up here. This storage power equals null, and then this sleeping equals true, return true. We're going to copy this. I don't need any returns here. Okay. Okay. So this is essentially the same code doing the same thing, just in its own block. So I can come up here. Well, should I make that a bool? Let's do bool. Okay. So we have rebound storages. Now all of this, I'm not doing any return falses here because it would literally delete the network if I return false. So it really doesn't matter what this return value is. I just wanted to ensure that we weren't scrambling any of this stuff. So all of this code from here to here, right? Rebalance storages, delta time. And I need to use the bathroom. Stupid cough. All right. Dun dun dun. Morning coffee. I just drank like 6 cups of morning coffee. And yeah. Okay, so now we've basically been able to pull that bouncer right down to here, and if storage power here, rebalance storages. Okay, so now we're going to be able to call this function from anywhere else we might want to. So rather than having this here, we are going to remove this and say if on receive power equals null, right? And that. Get this back to what it was, because I didn't really want to mess with this too much. But if this is true, on receive power, on extract power, on storage power, rebalance storages. Okay. And I think what we want to do is if on storage power does not equal null, right? Which means here we can say if rebalance bouncer is greater than 2F, rebalance storages, rebalance bouncer. Okay. And then rebalance bouncer equals 0. So, essentially what this is doing is it's going to rebalance the storage every 2 ticks, or 2 ticks, every 2 seconds. But the value I'm passing in there is not delta time, it's the bouncer. Right? It's the amount of time that we've gone before the last rebalance, which could be, 2.1, 2.057, 2. Blah, blah, blah. But if it's greater than 2, which means we're over 2 seconds, rebalance the storages, set my rebalance or reset my rebalance bouncer to 0, right? Because we're not gonna rebalance them again, and then process the storages, right? Process the storages because I know that we have storages. The on storage power, right, is not null, which means that I know we have storages. This resets it, but it passes in what the bouncer is. This is like basically like a delta time of the delta time. This is like how much time has passed since the last rebalance. And I want to make sure wire node in node dot is chunk loaded node dot block position API dot world if not continue. Okay. So this is one of my helper functions to check to see if the chunk is loaded at that node, because the node list that I'm iterating through is on the electric network object, which is not, it's not a part of any given chunk. It's a completely separate area. So that block position, while valid, may not be loaded. And I don't want to call this if it's not, right? Because this would return null. And there's various reasons why this would return null if the entity is not actually a thing. So this hopefully will have bigger amounts of power that the storages are able to move, right? Because it's running every 2 seconds, so there's going to be bigger blocks. The power per second rating is the same. That doesn't change. It's not updating, 4 times a second. It's 8 times less processing. So you can see it's going up in more percentage quantities. And let's see where it lands. Yep. And it stops because if I were to run it again, it would basically use more power than what we have. So we have all of the power, everything is distributed, everything is good. Let's reconnect this to that. And this will continue the craft, which these things start processing again. And they'll slowly drain out. Or at least they should. Yeah. 89. 88. Yeah. They're slowly being depleted. Again, this kind of stuff is really hard to debug because, man, it's all over the map. But I do want to see when this finishes how many liters we get in there. We have 172.7. And if I look at recipes, distillation, crude oil, we should be getting 1.7. Okay. So this should be 1.7. So this would be 174.4 is what this should go to when this finishes. I just want to make sure it does that because all of these numbers are way higher than they should be. It's just going to take a hot minute for it to finish. And yes, this taking this long is on purpose. It's either that or jack the power per second rating up like really high. Okay, so we have 174.4. Excellent. So that at 100% worked. And there is a massive surplus of power. If you're worried about that, all of this stuff is balanced very specifically. When you have a max tier one of these, you have a huge amount of power that is in surplus here. So there's a lot of power if you burn all of these as fuel. If you don't, if you basically just like burn diesel, which you can, if you just burn diesel, there's still a net gain of power or a net positive power. It's not as much, but eventually a lot of these are going to be able to crack down. Let's see what this filled up again. Is this done? Well, casing's missing. Really? Why is it... Wait a second. I think I found another bug. See, this is why we test. This is why we test. We are going to debug this. Well validation delay. Current power. Well completed is false. Well position is not null. Current layer dot count is 0. What? Current layer dot count is... What is going on right now? God. What is happening here? Well completed is false. New state is sleeping. What? Sleeping? New state. Okay, why are we sleeping? Validate well. What? Crude oil. Else. Sleeping. On. Okay. Current power is good. New state is on. Wait. Oh. Our damn delta times keeps... I hate debugging this goddamn game. My delta time keeps getting thrown off because it's it's calculating delta time with this just sitting here. The game is basically paused, right? So time is not passing, and yet the next time I run this, delta time will it's the delta time is based on what the timestamp of the computer was, not the game engine. Right? So it's like current layer. Why is my current layer count constantly 1? What is going on with this thing? Oh my god, all this fucking fluid stuff is just... Why can't fluids in this game be as simple as item stacks? Okay, so stack size. We have to calculate all of this shit. Current layer. Clear. Well positioned down. This is literally casing, get block, set block, take out. Oh yeah, this is that is the game running the lighting model. So, well found at. Okay. So, this thing pumped the rest of this out. No. Oh, yeah, it did. It's just, it's still following. What it looks like happened is... I'm going to let it get all the way to the bottom. Okay. Come on. Come on. There you go. Because that's the well, right? Now, we need to test. Do. And I ran out of cheese. Of course, I'm super hungry. Because, yeah, the delta time also runs your fluids or your hunger. So those times when I'm like debugging and I'm spending 5 minutes in the debugger, the next time the game runs, my hunger goes just because it's like, oh, 5 minutes passed. You're this hungry now. It's like, oh, thanks, game. So I need to reset this. Okay. Oh my god, can I? Okay. I need to relook up. I need to look up how to turn the hunger system off, because it's just annoying at this point. Okay, so this I want to, before I reform this. You can see it rebuilt. This is why I wanted to break it. It rebuilt it because there was stuff in there. Okay. This is why I have a bunch of this with me. We're going to have to just... Okay. So, I want to... there's no... Wait. I thought you could add waypoints. Yeah. WP. I guess not. They got rid of that waypoint add jump. Oh my god. What? Waypoint add jump green. Oh. I guess. Okay, whatever. So. Come on. Now. So, when I form this again, it won't have any power, but I need to TPWP jump. I think that's what it's called. Green, not jump. There we go. It's always a good idea when you break a thing to reset it. Um, I really need to code up a trash can. I really do. Okay. Now, well casing is missing. So if I hook this up, okay, power is good to go. Okay, let's put a thing there. Well casing is 3. Well found at 110 depth. Oh. It should not have found that. You can see well found at 110 depth. So I have a bug in my logic somewhere. So let's see. Well found at. So when it initializes, if well position does not equal null, build pump of fluid at well position. Okay. So is this run? Okay, let's put a breakpoint here. What might be happening is it's not clearing. It's not clearing the metadata in there. Well position equals null. Okay. Blocked up variant. State is 0, incomplete. Okay. So if let me come in here, well completed, well position equals null, get first pumpable position. Okay. No, I didn't want to. Okay. Because what it's doing is it's like validating the well without actually having a well casing there, which is not right. Oh, there it is. Hey, it popped back in. Nice. I don't know why it does that, but it is what it is. It's one of those like weird, quirky things. Okay, so this should. It's saying well casing missing, power low. So if I put well casing in here, okay, well casing, it has casing. So now let's actually hook it up with power. Well, we don't have that. Well, okay. Well position equals no. So we're going to F11 into this. Get first pumpable position. Why is it starting at 110? Head position. Head position. Oh, never mind. I thought it was 110 down. It was 110, which is near the top, which is okay. I panicked for no reason. So yeah, 110, which is the head of the derrick, just down one. Okay, so get block is the casing, right? Well, casing code. Start.y. Input slot is good. Block at. Get the block. That should be air. Block at equals casing. Not. Block at is liquid. Is not, but it is air. So check around. Let's run to cursor. Block at.id is still 0. It just, all it does is it looks in an area around. Okay. And then set block, inventory of 0. Set, it's a casing block. Which then we continue. Okay, so now the block at should be a casing. Right? Which will continue all the way down. If we run to cursor. So now we're at 16 depth. We're all the way down. So we've followed that well casing all the way down to a depth at 16, or it should be a Y level of 16, I suppose. Heading off to my interview. Ooh, an interview. Nice. I need one of those. I've been trying to get one for 6 months. Okay. So there is, we're at 0. We have all of this. Still air. We have the set block, take out. Input slot. We have 2 left. Block at is still air. Found fluid false. Set block. Take out. Input slot. We have 1 left. Block at is still air. Found fluid. Still false. Set block. Take out. Continue. Now we should be empty. Yes. Which this returns null. Null. Well positioned return. Okay. Okay, so now we need well positioned. We need to remove this F5. Well casing missing. So now we need a few more. What I'm trying to do is figure out why it was pumping. It seemed to have been pumping this whole time while I was debugging and stuff. Up there at the distillation tower, without actually putting the well casings down, or at least it was looking like it was like using well casings, like just constantly. So we're gonna do this and put that back. So well position is still null. We're gonna F11 into this again. Wait, what? Casing. Casing. What? How is this null? Let's do conditions input slot dot empty not. Did I not just put 6 in there? F11. I must have misclicked those or something. So we need to run to cursor here. So now we're at height of 7. Right? Start. You can see we're at height 7. So block at is air. Found fluid. Block at is still air. Set block. Take out. Continue. Block at is still air. I should have looked to see what my height was. Ooh, there we go. There's crude. Block at is not casing. It is liquid. Found fluid now is true. Now block at should be crude is liquid. Fluid block code is now crude. Well code, liquid level, return start.up copy. So now well position, boom, is a valid and current layer is we need first pumpable position. So this is going to basically spider out and find run to cursor. Current layer R valid is 4. That is right. So we run to cursor again. Thanks, Donnie. So now current layer is 4. And now we do the pump. So current layer.count. Current layer.count is equal to 1. Okay. Inventory.empty should not be. So if we look at item stack here, yeah, see we have 4 left. So this clears the layer, moves the well position down, grabs the casing, sets the casing, triggers the neighbor block update, takes that in out, removes some power, updates the client, and good to go. And you can see this thing is like invisible again because it's stupid. Wait. Why is the well casing over there? Why is the well casing over here? Hunger bar. It's the bane of my existence in this game. Yeah, this thing is so bizarre. It's rendering the wrong block. It's rendering the core block. Rather than if this thing runs out of power, right? For some reason, when the animation triggers, it's changing which block is there. It's like the client I don't understand. I don't understand. The client should not be rendering that block. The client should be rendering this block. So I don't know. I don't understand when the animation triggers, it literally is like the wrong block. It's like rendering the wrong block. See? It's rendering the wrong block. See, well found at 110 depth. So let's go down. Where is the well casing? Why is this breaking all of a sudden? Oh, let's actually go over here. Oh, I'm always injured. There are so many weird little bugs. Now there's no casing in there. I need to validate well again. It should trigger a validation. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just not patient. It's 120 seconds, 2 minutes. It should trigger this validation. Right. And let's see. Validate well. We're gonna go to definition. What this should do oh, do I not? Okay, I guess I haven't written that. That would be why. Yeah, well position does equal null. What? Well position equals get first pumpable position. See, well completed is already true. But this Okay. If block is liquid, if block ID equals 0, set block. Okay, so what I think is we're doing is I'm in this loop and I'm not... Yeah, I'm in this loop of setting these blocks. Oh my god, really? Visual Studio, you're gonna update again? What? Let me guess, you're gonna embed Copilot even further into this shit. So we're not checking to see if we have a casing. We're checking it up here, though. We are checking it. Because this continue comes back up here and does this check again. And if we run out of casing, it returns null. Not this. I want to look at input slot. So we're down to 3 well casings. Well completed equals true. Return null. Well positioned equals null, and well completed equals false. But well completed is true, so it returns true. So validate well is valid, and we should well found. Yeah, there they are. Why was that? It was weird that this built the casings in the wrong place. Okay, so there we go. We have the casings all the way to the bottom. So what I want to do now, and this is not bug free. I mean, let me just put it out there. Like, it's obviously not completely bug free. Let's see if we get the 3 well casings back. Yep. All right. So now, what we're going to test facing south. Yes. put the head over that, and it found it. Let's reform it. So you can see 362,000 blocks remaining. So it already validated all the way down to that well block that's down there. Okay. So we just need to put a fluid block in here with a output and an upgrade. Okay. So this is good to go. Somewhere in here, I have a connector. And let's test this out. This was a fun little animation to do, by the way. So you can see it's pulling the blocks out, right? So if we go down, you can see the blocks containing, right, is going down. The pump jack is pumping it out. Now there is a validation path. So if you break the well casings, right? If you try to go back and gather up all the well casings, there is another one of those, like every 2 minutes or something, it validates all the casings going down, and it should, if you break them, right? Let's just test that. It's a good idea to test. Always test. Let's go to the pump jack. SimTick. Now it's every 2 minutes. I don't like. It's, kind of cheaty, of course. But again, we have to do the fluid transfer in blocks. Just with how the fluids. Now this particular thing would not necessarily have to do that, but in order to store the number, like the amount of fluid in the source, in order to store that, it's either blocks or portions. And if it was portions, it would be a much larger number. Right? So the blocks of crude oil, multiply that by 100, and that's where your portions are. Okay, so validate well. So we're going to jump into that. Head position. Validate casings. Okay, get block. Y. Block at is casing. So this should be block at equals casing. Continue. Else does I have fluid well. Return true. So if block at is not casing and it's not the well, we want to return false here. We don't need to we don't need to go all the way down. Because it's not casing. Validate casings is false. Now it needs to go to sleep. And it's not. Why did it not go to sleep? New state equals sleeping. What? Host not responding. Wait. Did I read that right? Oh yeah, it was just because I was debugging. New state equals sleeping. If new state does not equal, well, damn it. How do we short circuit this? I set new state to sleeping up here. Let's set this to like 12. Right? So we want to do this. Yeah, that little error on the top there is, I don't think valid. Well, it's saying, why is this? Host not responding. I'm getting log errors or log entries. A tick took. It took a while. Fluid. Okay, something happened here. I don't know what. I'm literally debugging this. Why is this like, oh, it might have crashed? Like, if it would have crashed, Visual Studio should have picked that up. Is my memory going crazy bananas? I mean, I'm using a lot of memory, but I'm not out of memory. Yeah, Vintage Stories 3.7 gigs. It's not catastrophic. How is this still running? It's literally just. So new state equals sleeping. So this is a problem. If current power, blah, blah, blah. Okay. I'm trying to shut it down. Why is it still ticking? I'm not getting any memory leak issues here. It's not reporting any of that. That was weird. That was the first time that has literally ever happened to me. So what's happening is I'm in, like, the well is not valid. I'm setting it to sleeping. What I probably should do is set the state instead of just setting the new state here. If the well is valid, we need to set state enum be state at sleeping. And then return. Like, we need to short circuit that hard. This will set the state, okay, to sleeping. Instead of delaying the setting of the state, we set it immediately. Okay, then we come down here. Current power, even if current power is great, like is up. New state, if new state equals on. So this is checking if we're out of power. But this is the problem. Else. So if we have power, we need to set. So I need to bool well valid equals false. I'm not tracking this at all. The problem is this is only going to be running every 120 seconds, right? So it's like well position equals null. So when we do the valid well check, validate casings, well position, return false. Oh, what am I doing? Well position equals null. Okay. Because what I'm trying to do is hit this one. We set the state to sleeping immediately. And we come down here, and if we have power, it's setting the state to on. If I need to set this, if well positioned does not equal null. right? So if we don't have power, we need to stay sleeping. If we do have power, but well positioned is null, don't override it. I'm assuming that all of the shenanigans with the last time I ran and all the weird errors or the errors that I was experiencing were because I was I was hot reloading it over and over and over again, which probably, isn't 100% good. I don't even know how that runs. Like that'd be crazy amount of memory shenanigans because you're literally like injecting new code into like the memory. So well positioned. What the hell is going? Why is this minus 1300% fluid? The well should be invalidated. Why? Set state, sleeping. Sleeping. Okay. So then I need get block info. Well positioned. Well positioned equals null. DSC append line. There it is. Okay. So then get my things here. The fluid, that's what the hell is going on with my fluid? Get block info. Percent fluid. What? Inventory of 0 slots is negative. How is there a negative? How is there negative fluid? Can somebody please tell me how is there negative fluid? Item stack. There's negative fluid. There's literally negative 9 million portions. Precisely how does that happen? pull. Try take from pull. Can take from return 0. Item stack. Can take from source is null. Source slot. What? How did this get to be so negative? Try take from F11. F11. Source slot. Inventory. Item stack. Stack size. Get storage flags, source, storage type, item stack. Get mergeable quantity. I missed something really obvious in here somewhere. Source stack, sync stack. Stack size. Max slot stack size. Minus. How to study C#. There's really not really much you can do other than just look up resources, look up tutorials, and just what I suggest anybody anytime you start learning something, start small. Don't get a project that's this big to try to learn something. Get a project that's this big. Learn something like this. And then move out. And then move out. And then move out. If you take on a project that is this, like huge, right? If you take on a project that's huge, you're going to get, it's going to be just a nightmare. Start something very small, very simple. Learn that. Get comfortable with that. And then try something else. You don't even have to put the mods out. Just learn and then learn the next thing. And then learn the next thing. If you take on too much all at once, it's going to be overwhelming. It's going to be very, very difficult. But C# is a phenomenal language. Like, it's really nice. So stack size, let's see, what is this? This is 20 million. This is 25 million, I think. Yeah. So Get mergeable quantity. Source stack dot stack size. So how am I, how did I get such a negative number with this? I don't understand how this negative number, like where this popped in. Right? Like where did this number, how did this number get to be so negative? But like when it comes to oil, like I'm literally like this whole process is an oil. I've already done it all. Right? It's already done. So, do with that information what you will. But yeah, we've already got generators, all of this stuff. This update's going live sometime in the next couple days. I'm just, testing. So I don't know how this got to be so negative. There's probably a move operation in here. Num per liter. Or something. Get push slot. Try take from push. Yeah, see this. Go to definition. Item stack. Requested quantity. Take out quantity. This is weird. I wonder if it has to do with the fact that I'm debugging and something tells me I'm missing something in here. Save and leave. Source slot dot take out quantity. Get remaining slot space. up. I mean, it was working fine. The biggest issue when I find bugs like this is this a product of when I go into the debugger, that delta time is just racking up to be huge numbers, right? So the next time the thing runs, delta time, instead of being 0.25, delta time is 250, which rapidly scales all of the, like, huge amount of scaling when it comes to, like, how much fluid to move per tick. Like, all of those values are multiplied by delta time. And so somewhere in here is a calculation that pulled more, like, several million times more fluid than what was in there, right? So instead of removing the amount that was actually in there, it was removing some multiple of that, right? So I need to look at anywhere in here that I have a multiplier with delta time involved. Try take from ISMO, button left, blah, 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 blah. Item stack move operation. Auto merge. Stack size. Okay. Stack size is a product. Max stack size. Pull.empty. This wasn't a thing. Upgrade rate. Items per liter. There we go. So stack size, we can do maybe in here if stack size is greater than again, I have to multiply it by W props dot items per liter times pull dot item stack dot stack size. If stack size is greater than, well, items per liter item slot dot pull. Upgrade rate times items per liter, or divided by items per liter, times the max stack size. If pull.empty, if not pull.empty, collectible objects, pull, stack size equals -1. This is actually true. I'm pretty sure we have the steel upgrade in there. Pull times max stack size times 10. Oh, it's 10 stacks at a time. Okay. Okay. We need to check to make sure stack size doesn't exceed because this get push slot if stack size is greater than pull dot item stack dot stack size, then stack size equals pull dot item stack dot stack size. Okay. So we cannot pull more than how much is actually in there. And then we create this item stack move operation. This is, again, a base game thing. And I'm passing in the stack size to move. Okay. And then we get the push slot and we include the move operation if it's found. But a very similar call could be probably done in the pipe system, in the item pipe moving. Right? So stack size equals upgrade rate. Does all of that. Right? And then we do this calculation again. And then we have to do this. If items or stack size is greater than pull.itemStack dot stack size, yeah. If pull equals null, return. So get pull slot. Is there any validation in here? Okay. It could return null. I'm just leery because I see this question mark. And I don't want this to crash because there is no item. But if there's no item, pull should be null. Inventory to get auto pull from slot. It may not be though. So if I do this, that will ensure that I'm not going to like catastrophically crash. I should do the same thing here. If stack size is greater than pull down stack size equals pull down. So only pull up to a limit of the stack size. Don't try to pull more than the stack size. Now I probably will have to break and reform the pump jack to try to void the crazy inventory that it has. And it could crash when I do it because it's going to try to dump negative amounts of stuff on the ground, and that's probably not ideal. So you never know. It could crash horribly. So, all right. There it is. Okay, well, not found. Good. Boom. You see it validated, right? That's what I was waiting for, is it validated. Okay, so now it's moving fluid, as you can see. And if we break it again, well, not found. And there it goes again. So you see this one hitch? This one has the same animation quirk. Watch. Blink. You see that? There's a little animation quirk with it. It doesn't reset the animation. It actually unwinds it. And it does it in a single frame. This is why it flashes to where this thing is over here. Right? Because it flashes in one frame, it goes all the way back. Well, I don't want it to do that. So you can see the fluid building up here. So put that over here. Oink. Grab another one. Oh, I need to use the bathroom again. Ugh. Boom. There's it. All right. I need to use the bathroom again. I'll be right back. All right. Um, it's not super fast. It's not supposed to be. Right? It doesn't need to be. Trust me, you will get more than enough production out of this. Why is the power all bad and wrong? You ran out of portions. You ran out. Okay, we need more. We need more fluid. We need more fuel. Let's grab some kerosene. Some diesel. All right. Now it should be more or less more happy anyway. Yeah, you can see the crafting process is going up. And let's put that down. It's got gas in it, but it's fine. So I'm going to look at the current corny quern really quick. Give block quern andesite. And then what do we need? Why is it all flashy like that? Grinds into rice flour. Okay, yeah. Give item grain rice 50. Is this a... What is happening right now? Is this a bug with the version of the game that I have? Is this a known bug? Can somebody look that up? The corn animation being all weird. It should not be doing that. I can tell the flashiness of it. Something is not right. Okay, I need to check this out. Stone. Quern. Oh, Jesus. Really? Denied. Vintage story, assets, survival, block types, survival, shapes, block, stone, quern. Yeah, see, this is a completely different way of doing it. It's like they it's like they built a system for animations and all of this, and then they don't use it for the things that animate. So this is a special class and a special block, right? The inventory, the shape is the complete version, right? That's the shape. Oh, Jesus. Did I not click? Jesus. Close. Oh, my God. What the? What? What? Yeah, this cancel. There it is. I didn't actually click on something, and yeah, this is coded in Java, so do with that what you will. Users, me, app data, roaming, vintage story, assets, survival, shapes, block, stone, quern, complete. So there's the complete one. I doubt it has a keyframe. Yeah, there's no animation to it. If we open the top does not have an animation. Okay. This is all custom renderer. That's what's doing this. There's not an actual preset keyframed animation for this. It is literally built. It's animated, I should say it's rotated manually, essentially. So it doesn't actually animate that. So that's the bad thing here. But if we opened back to vintage mod assets, vintage shapes, block, multi-block, machine, something like the pump jack. So this is the pumping animation, right? It's slow, and you can tweak the speed. Like in the script, I can set the animation speed to like 2.5, stuff like that. But you can see when it stops, this one seems to run it right when it does that. But in the game, it doesn't actually ease out, stop, rewind, play till end. Like, I don't know what the difference is, and there's no real help with this. What we need is like a repeat without a rewind. Because that's what it's doing. It's rewinding it. So if we look at the Derek, and we look at its animation, right? There's number 29, and then boink, it in the game it's rewinding it to run it again. And I don't know if there's a way to stop that. I honest to God don't know. So the double rendered quern here, it's not even using the animatable thing. So something fundamental is broken with this. What I could do is update my game and see if it's still doing it. Because I think I'm still on. If I just open Vintage Story. I don't know why. Why do I have two of these? I don't actually know. I don't know why I have two of those. 1.22.2. Little 107 meg there. Jesus. I close the solution just in case Visual Studio is not going to allow the DLLs to be overridden. There we go. 1.22.2. So let's reopen the solution. And then rebuild. Okay. That worked. Let's load it up. It's not flashing anymore. Yeah, there it is. Yep. So, what changed? What is this map color code? What is this? Let's look. Settlement. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, attributes. So I don't see any major changes with the JSON. So it must have been a code. Yeah, it must have been a code problem. Why? Oh, this stopped because this got full again. Why did this stop? Why did this animation stop? Damn it, what broke? Why did this... Okay, what? $45? Please. I hate the delta time issues with this. Trying to... Can extract power. Is insert... Wait, what? Rated power is insert. This should be is insert. This should be a true. Wait, what? Okay, something is rated power. Go to definition. If is insert. Yeah, okay. I need to set where do I check power? Yeah, here it is. Let's hit F5. There's the fluid negative again. What in God's name is causing that? Really long delta times are what's causing that when I'm debugging. Normal gameplay, you should not hit that, right? Should never have super duper long delta times when you're playing. So that should never ever ever happen. The fact that it is happening bothers me though. So in here we want to do this rated power. Rate max power per second times delta time. If is insert, okay. Which should be true. Can receive power is true. Empty capacity max power minus current power. Yeah, this is the problem, is I'm rated power is good and useful for the power tick, but not for calculating how much power we need on any given tick. So ulong power tick equals electric dot max power per second times delta time plus okay. Okay. So this power tick is the call that I actually want to check against. Because the rated power is, yeah, it's, I must have my logic discombobulated with that because it's not. It's not right. If electric current power equals 0 or electric current power equals power tick. Okay. Um, wow. Well, what's that state? Yeah, the bug with the fluid movement. I thought I nipped that one, but there's something else going on here. Get pull slot is good. And then I'm doing the stack size check. But for some reason, it's try take from. Maybe it's in here. Push is, so this is actually true. Well, I hope that was the cat that just rubbed against my leg. The lap goblin. Go get. Because this one is the base game one. But I do know for a fact that my fluid tank is this. The push is a large liquid. So I know this is being run. Let's go to definition. Math.min. Get remaining slot space. Source slot.item stack. Requested quantity. Okay. So this get remaining slot space is how much space is left in the tank. And then the requested quantity comes from the move operation, which should be limited to stack size. Right? We're limiting this to the stack size of what's in the slot that we're going to pull. Or at least we should be. Unless I don't have an infinite number of mouses to throw. I'm sorry, but you have to bring it back. Yeah. You have to bring it back. Int requested quantity. What if I just leave that off? What happens? right? What happens if I leave the requested quantity off? It's not actually used. It's used here, but I don't use this field. I don't use this at all. Not moved quantity. Moved quantity. Am I using it in here? Movable quantity. Moved quantity. Requested quantity. Math.min. If try op.toMerge operation. Try merge stacks. Yeah, this is one of those, like, it's hard to get the big picture. It's hard to like pull back and get the big picture on it, because it's like there's a lot of moving parts with this. There's a lot of like tiers of depth. I'm gonna have to analyze that. It has to do with when I'm debugging, right? And my delta time gets crazy, like way out of whack, which shouldn't happen when you're running it, like when you're playing the game normally. It should not happen. But the fact that my animation wasn't playing, and all I did is basically update the game. So either did they change something in 22.1 or 22.2 that affects animations? Can't. There it is. Must have been not. Oh, it didn't flicker. Oh, it flickered a little bit. Yeah, okay. So it still flickers. Oh well. Yeah, 500 power per second, we should have no problem. Yeah, these are not even... Or this is the only one that's running. And power, power fluctuates like that because I'm updating the client far less than the server is updating, right? So the client is getting a fraction of the updates, which just helps performance. The server on the back end is simulating much, much, much faster. The lap goblin. I can feel the purr vibrations in my lap. But this should be getting mucho oil. Yeah, see this I am at a complete loss to why this is doing this. I hate fluids. Or 76.3. 78. Yep, that's right. So I'm hoping this went down. Somebody back up the stream. This should have been before this finished. 25,4,507 because it's 10 liters per craft. Yeah, this is the call that's screwing me over with the distillation tower. Because I don't have any watertight containable prompts. That's why. So I could add them. So I could try to solve that in two different ways. I could either make it so this thing is a different type of item, like a item slot. Actually, I don't want this one. Let's not change that one. That's the output. Should I change this one? Boom. There it is. %. I'm waiting. We're gonna chill here and wait. Because when this finishes, this should drop 10 liters. 630. Where can I see every variable? In GitHub, not really a way to do that. I use DNSpy. Right? I use DNSpy. This here. DNSpy. This allows me to search and find things. This has been instrumental in learning how to mod the game. Because you can load the DLL files. Right? So Vintage Story API.dll. You can load the survival DLL in here and see all the stuff in there. So it's a very, very vital component. What was the name of the mod in Minecraft? Immersive Engineering was the Minecraft mod. But I'm also integrating a little bit of immersive petroleum ideas, right? Distillation tower, pump jack. Here's the pump jack. This is already buildable in the public version, but the next public version is going to have all of this new stuff. So, all right, so this should be down to 630 when this finishes. Boom, 630. It's 10 liters at a time. And if you want more throughput, you're going to need more of these. So yeah, here's the generators. These are all the fluid generators. This is where you put the fluid in here. So I could automate this and have all of these different types of fuel loaded in to the generators, but I'm just testing now. The pipe system is working. Subnets are working. These are all subnetted, right? So this is subnetted. The whole subnet system is new-ish to the mod. Ripe. Sweet. Okay. The query system is going to be it's going to be controversial. Okay. Very controversial because it's not going to be, build and it's just it mine just a huge amount of area. And then I could do a version of that, right? Just like a miner that just mines rock and dirt and grass and all of the mining stuff, right? If you wanted a bunch of rock, that would be a good thing to use. If you want ore, a normal quarry is not, it's not something that you want to do, because there is, in any given chunk, there's not a lot of ore. It's not like Minecraft. This game is not like Minecraft when it comes to ore gen. You can go hundreds and hundreds of blocks without any iron appearing in the world at all. Like at all. If you don't have the right rock types underground. Okay? So, Vintage Story is a brutal survival game based on, like, some real world stuff. And you can't build a quarry and mine and get a bunch of resources. It just doesn't work like that. You know, if I go down here and I find caves, there are any caves down here. You can see, like, there's not a lot of ore in here. There's some olivine, but there's a little iron. That's actually a huge amount of iron. Let's vein mine that. That was a lot of iron. So you can see how different it is. So here's some copper, a little bit of copper. So that was a healthy amount of iron. Of course, I've got my Ores of Plenty mod installed, so it's elevated, right? Oregen is elevated because of that, but Oregen in this game is not the same. So what I'm likely going to do, what my plan is, is build out a basic void miner, basically, where it'll use the percentages, prospecting pick. Let's do prospecting pick. Give item prospecting pick steel. So when we in density search mode, okay, this is being pulled from a global chunk based percentage chance of something appearing. Okay. So if you do 1, 2, 3, you can see bismuth 2.4%, hematite 0.69%, minuscule amounts of emerald and cinnabar. This is where you get, like, what are the odds that something is going to appear here? Right? And so using a system like that, you can make a void miner that mines whatever, right? Mines the void, mines the mantle, whatever. Just like the void miners of Minecraft. But very small percentages, because you could mine a 3x3 chunk area, which would be enormous size, right? 3x3 chunks is huge, and get a handful of iron. It would be better to use the prospecting pick. If you want ore and you want maybe I'll do a build like the builder, where you can mine areas, you can fill areas in, you could build boxes and like stuff like that would be easy to do. But a quarry is really not. It wouldn't yield very much, and then I would get a bunch of people complaining. That's like, hey, I built a quarry and I got 5 copper from the quarry, and it's like, yeah, that's There's a reason why. So I was thinking a void miner type system where you have like levels of a void miner. You've got, materials that you can only get from a void miner that then the next tier of void miner take that material, and you'd have to invest, millions and millions of power into mining it, but it would be free resources essentially. But yeah, the LV system, we have the mixer here. Like, there are other MB based stuff that is planned. For sure. Like, I've already mocked up I posted it in the Vintage Engineering channel on my Discord. A tentative mock-up for a temporal crafter, because that's one of the next blocks. It's not the next block. It's one of the next blocks. But yeah, the process is pretty much running smoothly. At least it's smooth enough where I think people will be able to use it and test it. Somebody might have gotten back to me on durable leather. So the leather, the problem with the mixer recipes is the recipes require a temperature. So if we look at recipes for the mixer, you want sturdy leather. I think that's what. So sturdy leather requires temp 200. Okay. So what you have to do is you have to open this and set it to 200. Okay. Either that or what else do we need for sturdy leather? Beeswax, hide chromium large. Is that what they said? Sturdy leather? It says durable leather, but I don't think durable leather. Yeah, durable leather is not a thing. Sturdy leather. This right here, this string, I've always wanted that little bit of code was done by Blue Lightning 2 years ago. And I've always wanted to include a little metadata because I needed a way to include, like, some temperature here, but we have chromed leather and beeswax. Both of those I can use. So if we do chromed leather, give item hide chromium large 3, give item beeswax 50. Okay, so what is our 1 and 2 beeswax? So if we put 1 of these, 2 beeswax. There it is. Okay. So putting 2 in here. You can see the temperature? Temperature went up. It's because it's such a low temperature, it heats up instantly. It's literally a single tick to heat it up 200. This thing is very powerful. So it provides the heat really fast, and then it crafts. So it hits temperature really fast. So it'll craft really fast. And you don't need to set the temperature beforehand. That's what I was testing. Right? You don't need to set the temperature. It automatically detects when this temperature is good, it automatically detects and heats it up accordingly. And then it cools it pretty fast as well. I can adjust all of that. There's just so much. This mod there's so much to it, right? This mod is huge. There are, at this point, probably we're getting close to 20 machines, probably maybe even close to 25. But I would say 20 machines is what we're close to. I just want to make sure this isn't draining. Okay. Yeah, this is full. So this is still running. It's still pulling power, right? But it's not draining the source. It's not draining that because this is full and then this is full. So that's a good test there. But yeah, sturdy leather works. It just all depends on what you put in. But yeah, the temperature should be fine. So if you've got a huge, you need 3 beeswax. If you've got a large, you need 2, and then medium is 1-to-1. Now, these recipes, I can set all that. But yeah. Yeah, this was a fun little thing to animate. All right. Well, I think that is everything tested. Nothing is crashing. We did fix a couple crashes. We did fix that. If I pull this away, no network, and then these are, if I give myself 3 more of those, these should have had a little bit of power. You can see there's a little power missing because these, and then these should rebalance again every, what did I set? Every 2 seconds? The system should rebalance itself. I wish there was an easy way to detect whether or not these were just, out of balance, but if the percentages aren't exact, that's because there's a buffer. There's a 2% buffer. If it's in that 2% range, it doesn't do anything because otherwise it would just constantly grind, and it would waste CPU cycles. So I don't allow it to do that. Hostile mobs, when I play, I usually turn rifts off. But my Night Watcher mod, this will block mobs. Then you can configure you can configure what mobs it blocks, but you place one of these down, and for a radius around that block or around this thing, you don't get any enemies. So I've got one over here actually. He's watching. He's watching. He's watching everything. But yeah. So this blocks spawns. And you can configure it to also block rifts. So if you leave rifts on, this will also block rifts, and you can specify all that in the configs. But yeah, the Night Watcher mod is my sort of answer to having a peaceful area. Otherwise, it gets a little crazy. But then, by default, when there's a temporal storm, the effect is disabled. Okay, so if a temporal storm is active, then this thing basically shuts down until it's over. Because, there are reasons you want to farm the enemies. As far as changing the enemies, I have honest to God not looked at the mods for a long time. I don't want to be accused of copying people's mods or anything, so I don't look at the mods. I don't see what's out there just to make sure that I can say, hey, I didn't copy anybody, because I don't even know I don't even know what's available. So yeah, I haven't looked at what mods are out there. In my opinion, the game sort of pigeonholed itself into the whole drifter mechanic and doesn't allow really, a lot of different mobs, sort of like Hytale does, which is, I think, a detriment to the game, because, you limit the amount of creativity that you can spit out. But yeah, I usually, when I play with all of my mods for a reason, because I like all my mods, and there's a reason I made all of them. So my flexible tools mod, my Ores of Plenty, my flexible or Ores of Plenty add-on, Buggy's random changes, whole host of my mods. Not all of them, but most of them. Most of the big ones I play with. My Angel Belt, right? This is Angel Belt. This is my mod too. This magnet that I'm wearing, this is also my mod. Somebody ripped off my tools mod, basically copied it and stole all the work that I did on it, stole all the code that I did on it. And just reposted it. So, whatever. What can I do? All they did was add diamond axes, and I limited the number of diamond tools that I introduced, but instead of doing a PR and contributing to my mod, they just blatantly copied my mod. And was here's a direct copy of this person's mod that I made. Yeah, it's frustrating, everybody. But anyway, I think that is good to go. So the one block that's left, or the one machine, I should say, that's left in the oil processing setup. Let's see if I can find a screenshot. It's always a challenge whether I'm going to be able to find a screenshot. There, I think, screenshots? Yeah. So these are screenshots from Minecraft. Obviously, this is the Minecraft immersive petroleum distillation tower, which mine is much bigger than that. And this monster is what they call a coker. Now, in immersive petroleum, that enormous multi-block has one recipe. And only one recipe for that whole giant building, which is it's in my opinion, that's stupid. You have one recipe for this giant thing. So what I'm going to do is we are going to do it a little bit differently, and I'm going to model it so it, I like the way that it looks, more or less. But what we're going to do is it's going to be a chemical plant, and it's going to allow you to crack via, very much like Factorio, you're going to be able to crack heavy oil, LPG, and naphtha. Those three items you'll be able to crack using various recipes. So this will be the chemical plant, and you're going to be able to, there's going to be a fluid input, an item input, and and I don't know how to do the outputs. I'm not 100% on the outputs yet. Yeah, I'm not 100% on the outputs. I'm not sure. Because right now, the way that I have multi-blocks, the way that I have pipes, all the way the infrastructure that I have coded, there's no difference when you connect a pipe to a face, right? So like this has two fluid outs right here and a fluid in on the same face. And the way that I have my system right now, it would not know the difference between any of those. There's not a location-based interface, right? It knows the difference between, oh Jesus, that scared the shit out of me. It knows the difference between a face that has fluid and one that doesn't because of the dummy block that's right there. Okay. So that code is done. But if this was a fluid out and this was a fluid out, I wouldn't know which one of those is which, right? What this maps to this. There's no code in there that does that right now. So I would have to figure out some other way of tackling that. And I could have multiple inventory slots for the output, and then have one fluid out, but then it chains. It empties one slot, and then it empties the next slot, and empties the next slot, and empties the next slot, which would make moving that fluid a little bit more of a challenge, and people might be okay with that. So, if that's the case, then great, but I'm going to have to test that out. Because I only have 6 faces to deal with, and if the chemical plant can output more than one other type of fluid, which it should be, then I'm gonna run out of faces really fast. So I'm gonna have to figure that out. But yeah, that coker here, I'm gonna model that. I was wanting to get a little bit of that done today, but we ran into some shenanigans when I was testing here. But yeah, that I'm going to make, but it's going to be the chemical plant. It's going to be very power hungry, as you can imagine, but you're going to be able to mix input fluids and items. I don't know, maybe should we not have an item input and just have multiple fluid inputs? Because like in Factorio, to crack like heavy oil, you just use water. It's water and heavy oil make light oil. I don't know. What does everybody think? Like, do you want something simple where it's like 2 fluid inputs in with a finite number out? Or should I, like, I don't know. I don't know how to make that more complex, I guess. Either that, I'm going to have to figure out how to do location-based pipe interactions. I like complicated, yeah. A lot of people do like complicated. Not everybody, but a lot of people do. Vacuum crack or steam crack. In this would be more like steam, where you're gonna need water. So you're gonna need a water source, which means you're gonna need the fluid pump, right? This thing in a body of water, which, by the way, is not infinite. And you're going to need to put it near the bottom, right? In order to pump the pump now, the way this thing works only pumps the level of the basket, which is 1 block below it, right? So if I put it as just an example, if I put it here, okay, the pump is in the water, but the basket's down here. So the pump will only pump that level and above. So that level and the next level up. It will not pump this out down here. Right? In order to pump that, you would have to actually place the pump down here. And again, if there's more than 10,000 source blocks that it finds in that process, then it's treated as infinite. But it has to find 10,000 source blocks. Not cheaty like the create mod, where you can have just any flowing blocks. They have to be source blocks. So yeah, this one's now full. Glorious. So I think I'm going to disconnect the power. Give block let this run out of juice. Wink. There it is. I just wanted it to go to sleep. And again, the distillation tower, these are extensions. You build the base, right? You build the base, and then the extensions determine what recipe it uses. This is just a full size, right? 6 extensions. You can only build, you could just build the base, and all you would get out of it is diesel and some bitumen. And I don't know what's going on with these empty. There's some weird shenanigans. It's outputting zero size as if there's weird zero size things. I'm gonna have to look at the recipe, and if it's a 0, then don't do anything. Okay, let's save and leave so we get a nice clean break. But yeah, this will be the chemical plant. Most likely a fluid, 2 fluid inputs. You have water or whatever. Like, it doesn't have to be water, but and then whatever fluid you're going to crack. Power, of course. And something regarding fluid outputs. I don't know what to do about that yet. But that would be the last, well, basically oil-based thing, and then the I don't want a giant ass window. Okay. So the tentative design for the temporal crafter would be some variant of this. Right? Now I'm open to other designs. I'm not a super fancy designer, but I wanted some design for a temporal crafter, but strip away some of this stuff, like this stuff over here, with these baskets here. I don't need that. So none of that. But basically, some kind of design like this, in some way, shape, or form, for the temporal crafter. It's not going to be that cool looking. That's way too much detail, but it's, in some way, shape, or form. And that temporal crafter is what will allow you to then craft temporal steel, which temporal steel then allows you to craft. Temporal steel will allow you to craft basically the ender storage tanks and chests. They'll be temporally, I don't know, fancy sci-fi words, like entangled, temporarily entangled tank. Hey, 3 T's. Temporally entangled tank and chest. Petrochemicals, well, you're going to be cracking them. So heavy oil, again, you want the higher end things because they're better fuels, right? So kerosene, LPG, those are better. There's in general, right? They're just better fuels. So if you're burning heavy oil, you're not going to get as much power, as you would if you were burning LPG. Your power per second rating is higher when you have LPG, but you're burning. They're more efficient and they're cleaner. And I don't have a pollution simulation going in my mod, but I am leaving the door open for that. So all of my fuels, heavy oil, diesel, LPG, all the fuel values, the liquid fuel tags in the JSON have a soot, SOOT, a soot value, which is essentially a pollution value. And so the generators would have access to that. They would be able to add soot to a thing, right? If you have a pollution subsystem or something, you could You could put soot in there, and then just per chunk, right? You would have a value in the chunk of how much soot is in the chunk, and then above a certain threshold, you could start killing the grass or something. I don't know, like doing something, turning dirt into gravel. I guess you could probably do as well. Now, you couldn't do anything atmospheric. I would highly recommend not thinking that, because any atmospheric simulation and you are going to obliterate performance of the game. Don't do that. But you can have passive effects based on a soot value with a natural erosion, right? If you grow a tree, leaf blocks could themselves reduce soot. I don't know. Like the door is open to creativity there. I don't use them myself. I just put those values in for funsies. But yeah, the cracking will be one of the things you'll be able to get is plastic. Of course, you can get plastic. So both LPG and naphtha will have a version that you can get some sort of plastic. Yeah, you could do the generators. You could make the generators wear. There's an infinite amount of shit that you can do, right? There's just so much creativity that you can add to this. But as the only person that's coding all of this thus far, like I have done 98% of the code for this mod. I've had a little bit of stuff added via pull requests from other people, but 95 to 98% is stuff that I've written. And with so much going on, I have only a finite amount of time, and I've been really focused on getting all of these big features in. And once all like the machines, like the mod is quote unquote done, right? All of the machines are in, crafting mechanics are in, all of the tiers, like all the way to HV tier with the nuclear reactors and all of that. So all of that stuff is done and in and working. Then it's like, hey, now that we have this done, what can we do to start fleshing out all these other features? And that's where you could go in and be like, all right, let's add the soot feature. Let's add this little feature. Let's add, some little feature here, particle systems, sound, right? None of my shit makes any sound. So none of it makes any sound. So I would have to go in and add, I'd have to find the sounds, first of all, sound effects. Then I have to go in and add them into the code to play a sound, right? In a certain animation frame, you play a sound, and that would allow my machines to start making noise. And then the particle systems, again, that for the generators especially, you could add a particle system from the exhaust. It's part of the 3D model. You could add a particle system that varies based on the soot value of the fluid or the fuel that you're burning. So that's already built in that you could do that. So you could change the color of the particles, make them darker and darker depending on what that soot value is. Because if we look at how I've defined the fluid here, so you can see all of the different portions. So heavy oil, soot is 35. If we go to crude, soot is 18. This soot, this is crude oil. This should be like 40. Sorry, this should be like 40. Diesel is 8, but LPG is like 0.5. So it's a huge difference in like pollution. So you could one of the ideas, and again, this is me brainstorming. I don't know how much people would actually like this, right? Is a combination of electricity, like power, and pollution could attract more rifts or just more enemies. Or, again, this is an idea. One of the things way back from Fortress Craft Evolved were the hives. The hives that grew, right? So you'd have to feed the hives. The hives would grow if you weren't watching very carefully. And they all grew towards something, right? In Fortress Craft, they grew towards the CPH. But what I thought of is kind of doing a version of that where, you know, I tie into the rift system, and if a rift is created near your factory where you're polluting and you're using a lot of electricity, that rift, when it vanished, would create sort of a disturbance in the force, right? It creates like a block is created, right? It's placed where that rift was, and that becomes the core of a hive. And the power generation that you've got grows passively the hive, which then you have to build machines to then fight the hive. But those that would give you a resource that is only available by doing that. Like a really advanced resource that you would have to use to, say, build a stabilized nuclear reactor, right? Something that's, or the SPS, or something like that, like something really advanced. But you'd have to farm those hives, right? And get back to the core, and then basically laser the core, like do something to the core to get rid of the seed, right? The temporal instability, singularity. Get rid of that so the hive would stop, or just keep feeding it, right? You just keep harvesting it. So those are ideas that I have going into like HV tier, right? That's just a huge amount of code. That's all of that is doable. It's a lot of code. A lot of code. It's a lot of work. And right, it's how much of that process of getting to that tier and getting to those levels and building that out, right? How much of that do people want to play, and how much of that is just my desire to have that? But I'm not getting paid for any of this stuff. So if you want to support the project, and you are excited for those kinds of features, then please consider being a patron or a channel member and supporting that way, because I'm actively looking for a job right now. And if I can't get support to the level that I need to pay my bills, I'm going to have to get a job. Right? I'm actively looking. And if I do get one, it's going to drastically reduce the amount of time that I have to dedicate to the working on this, which may cause those features to never manifest in reality, because I may just not have time on my hands. So I was really hoping that this project, as huge as it is, would have garnered enough attention or support that I wouldn't need to then, get a job. But it's not looking like that's going to be the case. Because even my condo fees for this place is $175 a month. That's just the condo fees. And and my patron right now is like 125 or something. So this is why it's a problem. So I don't like talking about money. I really don't. To me, I love the process of creating something and the creativity and the brainstorm and all the features and all the cool shit that we can do. I love that process, but it's not paying my bills, unfortunately. And Tyrone has not shown any interest in what this project could do for his game and the people playing his game. So I'm kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. So it is what it is, but hey, that's life. But yeah, there's this new version. This will be out public probably either tomorrow or Friday. I'm going to try to get it out tomorrow, so there's at least a couple days for people to get their hands on it and tell me, if there's any catastrophic bugs that somebody might hit. Because I'm going to be out of town from Monday to Wednesday-ish. So there's going to be no like midweek stream next week. I need to go visit my dad. His birthday's today, so I'm going to go visit him next week. So I'm going to be out of town next week. So there's going to be no dev stream next week. But I want to get this out. Yeah, I'm hoping, like, I've seen Donnie, I've seen Vintage Story getting more and more popular. Which, gives me hope and has allowed Tyrone to massively expand the team that he's got, but he's focused on making cool shelves and shit. He's not focused on big world features like this, which is weird. But I've talked to quite a few people who have only played Vintage Story because of my mod. Like they were only interested in a factory automation style mod. The fact that it existed made them play Vintage Story. So I know that crowd, however small, is out there. And I knew it was, but Tyrone was a patron of mine for a while. And he stopped last November, I think, for whatever reason. Maybe he thought he had given me enough or something, but I know he's selling a lot of copies. But yeah, this will go out tomorrow. I'm gonna package it up and get it in everybody's hands tomorrow, and then any catastrophic bugs, I'll have enough time to fix and get those fixed. I hope, unless the bugs are way beyond me. But anyway, that's going to do it for the stream today, everybody. I thank you all for coming by and chatting and being involved. I love it more than anything. I like to know what people like. I like to know what they play. I like to know what their play style is. That allows me to balance and tweak the mod in ways that, try to cater to those kind of things. But, and I love the brainstorming process. It's just a huge amount of work. It is so much work, getting all of this stuff up and running. But, yeah. Hope everybody has a great rest of their week, and get outside, touch some grass, and or sand if you live in a desert. And yeah, have a great rest of the week, everybody.